Alright, welcome back to Minecraft 189 Intangible, where we are all cubes in spirit. Alright, I have a golem to finish, which includes making a decision on which head to build. No wait, we did that. What was it that I couldn't be bothered to make? The 2 arms and the double leg. We have enough plates. Right, the resonator itself still needs to be built. And we need more iron again. Power is falling because it's night. So I'll just have a wee nappy to bring my solar panels back online. We have plenty of iron ore. It's just still a matter of the energy requirement to feed the machines that process it. It's slow going, but in my opinion it's better to triple the ore output than to only double it or to not multiply it at all. Even if it does take longer. Because despite the vastness of the world, technically, there is only a limited amount of resources in the world. I mean, that actual amount is kind of incredible, and it's not likely I'll hit any such limitation. But even so, why waste even the smallest fraction? Kind of a philosophy for life there. We're already exploiting the wilderness, and the more efficiently we can use what we have, the less we have to rove out and get more. So in this terrifying game about exploitation and secret capitalism, why not exercise a little bit of efficiency, environmentalism, and consciousness? It's not like I can cause a climate disaster, though there are mods for that. I just hate wasting material. $2,000 molten iron. I think that's more than a block's worth. Do these all have to be full plates? 2 armored, 4 armored, 5, 6, 7, 8 armored. And the golem leg is 9, 10 armored. So yes, these all have to be armored plates. Alright, let's let this operation finish. pause that part, solidify some more of the iron, which is going to cost the same amount of power, or the same rate of power, but it'll be for a shorter time. And I also need to move this lava, so I can restart this process later. The soft jangling of the wind chime is just one of those sounds that I miss. It's only on this version with this mod, and yet I would remember it anywhere. Alright, that's one block of iron. Not enough for a second block, and not enough iron for what we need. 5 and 5, 10 and 10. We still need another 10 iron. So power has got to build back up. And I don't know if there's enough of this in the tank to finish what we need to do. There might be, but I'm not sure. Also, we can place some of these red cedar saplings. I don't think they do anything special in a 2x2, but I'm going to try. I just remember they're a little annoyingly shaped and need a lot of space. Not exactly sacred rubber sapling amount of space. But pretty decent amount of dedicated space. How is the soul pen looking? 3, 4, 4, 4, 5. We're still trying to get type 6. Sorry, excuse me. I just had an idea. Just a matter of where to put this interesting new idea. How about right over here? There's nothing of particular value in this direction. room for this idea doesn't need to be quite this large. But here we are regardless. This also gives us a good time sink while our battery is refilled and we prepare for the next batch of iron. More coal and chicken, and we don't need these seeds, and we can keep the feathers. Okay, some walls, a chest, and another chest. And I'm realizing I need iron again, so a bit of a flaw in the plan there. Good news is the battery's full, so I can turn that back on. So I have a silly plan, but it involves a hopper, and we don't currently have the ability to make one of those because all of our iron is gone. And not even that iron dust will help. But you remember that lone chicken soul that we have sitting out, in a pond not far from here? I plan to make a little enclosure for it here, where it's standing on a hopper. And that hopper pipes into a chest, so I can just throw bones into the enclosure, they pass through the chicken, become soul bones, and end up in the chest immediately. It's so simple, I don't know why I never thought of it before. Probably because every soul once removed needs to go straight into the soul well. I hate that this centrifuge only purifies one ingot at a time. Where's that 2? We can find out. Just not from here, apparently. There's also the 2 iron needed for the resonator itself, so maybe I should be burning time by making the relay and the quantifier. That is what I didn't want to put up with right at that time. Oh hey, 2 more stone plates. We don't need those. Anyway, there's the soul relay. I have the bones. Need the iron. That leaves the quantifier, which is 5 more control circuits. Good thing I have all that redstone from yesterday's mining. Whoops. I think that's how many I have. Maybe move off. Alright, emitter. 2 of those, 2 of those. Crystal over redstone. And then it's the 2 emitters. Another circuit and a yellow crystal. Power is fine. Iron is coming. I don't have the iron, so I can't actually build this yet. But we're getting there. We will do something completely mad. And run both of these machines at once for a little while. Yep, my power generation does not like that at all. You're running at 100 RF a tick. You're running at 100 RF a tick. Your power is fluctuating wildly because the pipes are operating on single power packets and operating in a round-robin configuration, so you are being powered, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, as it takes power packets from here. It's just not a fun time for anyone. So you need 10 iron for here, which is slightly more than 1 block. That's the slightly more. Oh. And this is finished. Alright, we'll put the last of it in there. The last of the lava in there. This is now all lava, almost a bucket's worth, off of however much iron I threw in here. 864 is not a block. It's not. I could switch this to ingot mode. I'm gonna have to switch it to ingot mode. Damn the power cost. Just not happy about it. Anyway, here is the 10 iron we need to finish our plates, and we are still short. I don't immediately know the math. It's 144 to the ingot. I don't know how many ingots this is offhand. But this one ingot allows allows us to build our what's it? And the synthetic resonator goes right here. But as the entry says, it needs to be spinning. And we simply don't have the power for that. I did right-click on it once, it did nothing. One more armored plate. I don't think this is quite the 5 iron I need for my hopper. So we're going to need to process even more iron. Since there's less immediate demand for it, maybe I should just crush it down to ×2. And I know I just finished saying that the tripling was worth it, but I'm really having second thoughts considering how very, very long it took to process all of that. And we've been out here for literal Minecraft days, just trying to get everything made. Why can't I backspace this? Something about the power readout was stealing focus. Oh, and we have the power readout on our tooltip, so I don't even have to right-click on it in the first place. I still will, because recharge battery. I still don't know the math on this. 288, okay, that's 2 more. Which will give us 5 ingots, which is just enough for a hopper. And then our chicken enslavement dreams can come true. There's just one problem. If the chicken is sitting on the hopper, and the hopper pipes into the chest, then we need a block on top of the chest to keep the chicken in place. And then we can't open the chest. Unless I just have the hopper, and we take directly from the hopper. We have the chicken on the hopper, and the chicken is enclosed. And then we need a space above the chicken to get the bones in. Maybe I do need all this space. So I need like the chicken in this corner. This stone block will be the hopper, then the chicken, then no, it'll have to go even further down so I have room to. I'm gonna need to make a small staircase here. Because the chicken will have to be recessed into the ground, so there's actually room to throw in the bones. It'll have to be something like this. Then get some stair blocks. Don't need one of the chests. Take the rest of my iron. power begins to refill, I'm just gonna grind the rest of this iron. Which my power situation is also not going to like, but too damn bad. I have spent quite long enough catering to the demands of my rather anemic power generation setup. I could have the hopper pointing down into the chest. I think a chest can be opened if the block above it is a hopper. And the only reason I want the chest at all is for aesthetic reasons. It just looks better if there's a chest. Right, chest opens. Then the chicken stands here, which is 2 blocks tall, so the chicken can't escape. And we just throw bones in, they pass through the chicken, end up in the hopper, and presto, soul bone. Which is retrieved from the chest as stated. Just trying to make this area look a little bit nicer, which is no easy thing on a cobblestone palette. We'll stick a torch right there for some comfort lighting. It still looks like a really tight dungeon. But I guess for the chicken it basically is. Oh. Did baby zombie end up in my soul, in my flesh stripper above? I think so. Anyway, we have our armored blinks, which means joint, joint, plate, plate gives us our leg. We need 2 shoulders. It needs 2 pistons, which is 2 more iron. Well, this iron will come faster. One, two, three, four, five, six. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's enough iron. There's our pistons. Here's our leap leg. Now the shoulders are joint, piston, plate, plate. I'm not exactly in a hurry to put my leg up there, since the two arms are very nearly ready. Also, kind of close to making our soul bone chestplate. So I'll just keep those ingredients on hand. 2 shoulders. Both of these are shoulder, 2 plates, and the tool. Shoulder, 2 plates, and the tool. So there's the shoulder, plate 1, plate 2, and the tool. We are ready with the next tool. Second tool in place. Just a matter of the crafting delay now. The last of our iron is coming so much faster. I actually want to remove this charcoal because it won't be needed to cook the rest. Moonset. Perfect. Very nearly dawn. There's our leg. I don't know if I wanted those legs reversed, but there's no change in that now. I would prefer the claw arm on this side, and the axe arm on this side. That way, logically, this is left click because it's on the left side. This is right click on the right side, but I don't know if it works that way. Silly baby zombie did get stuck. Huh. I did not anticipate the overkill achievement. That's not even the first baby zombie I've struck. How have I not gotten that yet? And the last thing we'll need to do is make sure that our new friend here can actually reach the resonator. Which is going to mean temporarily knocking this wall out. Because he big. Alright, that should be enough. All I've got to do is get the golem in here so it can spin that resonator. With its mighty claw arm. So, activate golem. Golem is at the ready. We cast the spell to leave our own body. My body reverts to a Steve. Still not happy about that. It does show properly on multiplayer servers, and I really don't know why. Oh, our red cedars have grown. Yeah, they are pretty annoyingly shaped, with the leaves often reaching way down to the ground. But that's not the purpose of today's exercise. We are the Golem now. With the power of Big Smashy Axe and Big Scoopy Claw Arm. That's it. That's what it was all for. That little tiny squeaky noise. Also, it appears that without Suction Head, Golem cannot pick up items at all. But alright, we seat the Golem back in place. Re-enter our own body. Make sure the Golem didn't accidentally pick anything up. And rebuild the lab. Now that the synthetic resonator is actually spinning, we can take down splitter, decanter, splitter, splitter, the combination for benign, and reapply splitter, gourd, decanter, decanter. The combination we discovered for the Golem's immutable soul. And we are finally ready to extract Golems. As is my practice, the first one can go over to the Soul Ripper, so I have a sample of immutable stone to put here as a marker. And there it goes. That is certainly an entire spectral golem. What's strange about this process is that the leftover golem is, well, it's an artificial body with no soul. The golems themselves were built artificially and then given a soul later, so the big iron body is perfectly fine with no soul. It's just this big hollow iron golem that now exists in basically a state of being empty and useless. Well, I suppose calling it useless isn't entirely fair. They do serve a purpose later on, but for now they're just kind of taking up space. And I think they're too tall to be marched out of here. Yeah, too tall. I can't fit through the doors. So I need to net these intangible.hollow iron golem. That's why I've been calling them hollow, because that's what the mod calls them. And I need somewhere to put these guys. Because I don't want them hanging out in my capture net all the time. I mean, I could just kill them. We can also put them in soulbone cages, which is a good solution, but it's kind of expensive on soulbone. That's how I used to do it. Right now, though, let's go get that ghost chicken and put it in our newly constructed soulbone conversion apparatus. Or, in other words, ghost chicken hole. There you are. Soul leash. Oh, I have to turn off repair because it takes the benign soul, and the benign soul is in use due to repair. Soul leash is not working. There it goes. Now I have a ghost lead for a ghost chicken. I wonder if the chicken soul is attracted to seeds still. Let's get you in here. Come down this way. And try and get it into the ghost chicken hole. It is incorporeal, so I can't push it. Chicken, get in the hole. Alright, if I block that off, and that, nope, get back here. And block this off, it has no choice. It must fall in the hole. Aha. Detach the lead. And we have our chicken soul hole. Loaded appropriately with chicken. Here's our bone stock. It falls through the chicken. And it doesn't work. Well, built all that for nothing. And now the chicken is escaping. The chicken passing over the bones does create soul bone. But if they fall through it and through a hopper, it doesn't work. Why? Where has... There you are. Get in here. It doesn't even have to pass through the chicken. It just has to be near the chicken. Now, if the chicken would just move, so I could put a wall here. Do I have to yank you? You will not even yank. You are standing on the one block that is preventing me from placing another block. Pull! 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 Saw it move. It did not move. Chicken. Pull. Pull. Poulet. Alright, if I have to let you out, I will. I guess that was enough. It thinks it can leave. And that gave it enough freedom of movement to comply with a very simple tugging order. Except now we have the same problem in a different place. Damn this ridiculous bird. This ridiculous ghost bird. I just want to put a block here. I guess it's time to see if they can be charmed by seeds. Hey, look what I've got. You don't care. Just my luck. Pull. Oh no. I pulled it out. And it jumped in my way, tricking me into right-clicking the chicken, which cut the leash. So now we have to do this whole song and dance over again. Alright, let's try and get you back into your special place here. Come on, get up here. Up here. Nope. Oh, almost. I think I've got it. It's just stuck enough that it can't escape. I'll prevent it from getting any funny ideas. And it should be stuck in there now. This chest doesn't do any good, but this little window down here allows us to collect the soul bones as we throw them through the chicken. I don't think all that effort was worth it, but here we are. As for the actual bones. I'm just gonna borrow this for a second. Oh, he didn't like that. I guess I placed him too close, so he took damage. Yeah, could you just not be red while you're in there? It's a little disturbing. That's better. And then the last one, in you go. 3 stored hollow iron golems, and my mob nets are empty. That's all we needed. This hopper is now a backup hopper in case I ever need a hopper. Power is full. Machines are doing nothing. This one needs some water. We can use that to alloy the obsidian. 1,960. Then the math isn't good. There's going to be leftover water. Oh. And we have some free bones. Because a zombie has been silly. We now have 2 immutable souls in here. Which finally gives us the power to make the chest piece to our armor. And I need to turn repair back on. Control circuit. Soulbone conduit. Conduit, not circuit. One day I will get that correct without thinking the wrong thing first. Bingo. Soulbone chestplate. Just as good as iron armor, will never break, as long as I have one benign soul committed to constantly repairing it. Make soulbone there. Painstakingly captured chicken. And we're gonna have to go to the nether at some point to get some more blaze rods. Not exactly happy about the idea. Oh boy, this takes forever. At least power can kind of handle it. Speaking of which, can I improve the battery? That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Two diamond batteries, the existing battery, 4 steel, and 2 lead. To go from 512 storage to 4 million storage. Kind of like that. That would take a lot of concerns out of whether or not I have enough power to do things. We still need more generation, of course, but Neotech is very much about capacitance more than it is about generation. You know what, just grab all the necessary materials without giving a figged twit about how much is needed. Basic battery. 2. Advanced battery. 2. Elite battery with all the diamonds I own. 2. Battery is losing power. Kind of expected. 2 lead. 4 steel. Yeah, there's going to be a tiny amount of water left. But I'm stealing the battery. And the new battery is going to be empty. All this power is going to be lost. Or not. Okay. I have been lied to. Once again. Well, we take our pocket battery back. That's a lot of ender pearls. What are these good for again? Elite solar panel. No thank you. Pressure system interface. That's for advanced fluid tanks. Which I like having in, but I don't really need a lot of the time. Void tank. I don't know what that is. Might actually need that to get rid of the last bit of water here. Then they go into all the ender storage and ender fluid storages. Which ender bucket, ender tank might be important if I decide to get into the fluid generator. And we have the advanced pressure valve. And of course the Eye of Ender. Eye of Ender makes the classic Ender chest, the Enderman Disruptor, which is weirdly expensive. And okay, why? just why? Maybe if I was on a multiplayer server, I might see some... No, not even then. Not even then do I see value in this. Also, why does it have 2 attack damage? In what world would I want to bludgeon somebody with a key? What I do want, though, some more mob nets. Glad to have the ender pearls. Having only 5 of these was stifling. Ooh. At least our power... Oh, wait. That's still the same amount of power. We're just not producing anymore. Because it's night. We're no longer using any, because this is done. It's done, and there's a tiny amount of crap left in it. I'm going to have to deal with at some point. I guess it's time for that void tank. Hopefully it does what it says in the tin and just deletes that leftover fluid. Pearl. 4 obsidian. 4 glass. Void tank is still empty. This is not. Oh my god. I just void tanked the liquid obsidian from the output slot. Oh, no I didn't. It's in here. Then what's the purpose of the void tank? Alright, can we do that into a block and not an ingot? The idea of a molten obsidian ingot is interesting, but I'd rather not see it. Also, it's not running. Molten obsidian. Yeah, it's 36 obsidian to the block when you're melting. 36 millibuckets, block mode, obsidian. And it can be centrifuged apart again into water and lava. So if it's 36 millibuckets to the block in block mode, why is it not working? Why is it working in ingot mode but not in block mode when it explicitly said block mode? I think a spider just trapped itself in my cage. Just so. Well, I certainly don't mind a free predatory soul, but I am more interested right now in catching endermen and possibly more assorted villager souls. I'll just snag you, kill you for your bones. You grab these golems before this one dies. That's still 15 health, he's fine. This guy's got 4 health, he's not fine. Oh yeah, population here is booming. You have an apron. You are a cleric. You are a librarian. You have an apron. Leaving 4 is fine. What the? You shouldn't be able to do that. Stay in there. And you... shouldn't be hanging around in strange ponds. Strange zombies lying around in ponds distributing, I don't know, flesh is no basis for a system of government. He doesn't want to leave. He can stay in there for now. So the lab is still set up for immutable. How are we on immutables? Just one. I'd like a couple more of those in the tank. I also need to go get that stone at some point. Guess there's no time like the present. Death. That's on. More immutable stone will be necessary down the way. So we'll just rip some more immutable stone. And knock these guys down for hopefully some iron. They're soulless, they can't fight back. What else have I got in my pockets? Malleable, unhinged, zombie, zombie, malleable, malleable, malleable. Grab this predatory. Collect the bones from these zombies, which is why I captured them. I think those count as skeletons for the soul shard kill, which works for me. Now we have some immutable stone, but no more immutables to tear out. Split, gourd, double decanter. We'll do the predatory first. Which is not going to the Soul Terror. While that's happening, I can collect my immutable stone over here. Gourd, spiral, decanter, decanter. back in the predatory slot. Now we the unhinged. Splitters, gourd, double spiral. For our captured Enderman. And he's just going straight into the soul tank. I have very little use, if any, for unhinged stone. I'll take his pearls, though. And then, finally, decant, split, double spiral. For the 4 malleable stones in my pocket. I don't know if I want them to be in the soul well or malleable stone. So I have to go and check something. Uh-oh. 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 We have reached... Wait a minute. It's going? Despite not having enough power input to run? Well, it can't be going. Because there's no output. Why is there no output? What is it even doing? If I switch to block mode, it stops working and begins refilling. Ingot mode, it runs. It does nothing. It has consumed all of my power to do nothing. Nugget mode, it still runs? Oh, I'll have to see if this produces obsidian blocks. Because in the logical cases, it simply hasn't. It's also not logical that it's continuing to run with no power, but that's not a question I'm going to ask. The question I need to solve right now is the mystery of the next soul type, which, as I alluded to, is going to be even more work than the giant golem we just built for the express purpose of spinning a single thingy. Because our next step is deities. I also might want a soulbone spear about now. I really do not know all the mysteries of the soulbone spear. There's a lot to it, and it's not explained anywhere that I know of. Defensive crystal, corporeal reconstructor, soulbone, soul forge. This is all stuff we've seen or done. So none of this section helps. Materials, sentient stone, types. We now have the immutable stone, forever and enduring, which doesn't help us very much on its own. Souls, transfusing, nothing new here. So I guess deities. Deities, fabricating, worshipping, priesthood, the rod, avatars and noble souls, pantheon, deity hammer. There's a lot here. So deities. It seems that my experiments into creating new types of soul are too limited in outlook. And that was an allusion to the malleable soul, where we stuffed a villager soul into a zombie pig and reanimated the zombie pig as a pig man. And now I've lost track of the section. I will need to create a catalyst to deliver the most potent of souls, a divine sentience from which I will siphon the essence I require. Let us hope that such a being can be sufficiently controlled. This endeavor is going to require immense resources in both materials and the souls I've already collected. Should I be successful, I suspect I could make many deities, offering different benefits should I find sufficient communities to worship them. I may even need to make a device to keep track of my creations, my very own pantheon of deities. Of course, pandering to these deities may well be necessary to gain benefits from them, but I will need to accelerate certain processes in order to gain the divine souls I require. Developing a way to damage a deity is a sure way to gain their ire. Who knows? Perhaps they may be foolish enough to send some of their divine essence in the form of an avatar to me. So we've gone well and fully mad. Thaumcraft and the Eldritch has nothing on this casual, let's just make a god. An entire god. And then make it angry. What could possibly go wrong? Here's the very next header. Fabricating deities. Is this wise? Bit late to be asking that question. And here's the soul cost. 2 benign, 2 malleable, 1 wise. And then it consumes 1 of every type we have so far. Creating a deity will require the construction of an elaborate structure, on top of which the fabrication device must be built. The structure must always face north. Under the structure is a 7 by 7 by 7 space in which I must build the head of the deity from any type of blocks. It must face north. On the structure are multiple plinths, which are labeled with their purpose, into which I must place the appropriate component for the deity I am creating. 3 of the plinths are sacred items. 3 different items must be chosen and placed in these plinths to uniquely identify this deity. It doesn't matter which items are sacred, only that they're all different and that the combination has not already been used for their deity. Finally, when the head is made and the plinths are filled, I must supply the fabrication device with redstone power. At various points during the fabrication process, souls will need to be used or consumed from a nearby well. Each component requires a different quantity and type of souls. It's important to remember that the components I use for worship restrictions and for blessings and curses must be different from each other. It's probably also important to note that the worship restrictions may be mutually exclusive, and choosing 2 such components, for example at day and at night, would be foolish since it's not possible to fulfill both. Here's the structure. Made of benign stone, topped with plinths and the builder device. So we just have pillars of benign stone. And it's a 9x9 thing. The benign stone pillar is 8 blocks high, and on the 8th block we build the grid. And then on the 9th block of height, we place the plinths and the deity fabricator. Here's the device. It's a multi-block structure. There's a soul forge in the center, and it's surrounded by 3-block tall pillars of immutable stone and 5-block tall pillars of malleable stone. And then the deity components is a very, very detailed section, because there are a lot of things you can choose. For example, the avatar body can be humanoid, a tentacle creature, a floating head, or angelic. This choice of body does not change the consumed souls. What it does do, however, is change how the deity functions in combat. Because this avatar body is what you will be fighting. Deity constraints. It must be regularly worshipped to be kept happy if you use the book. If you use blaze powder, you must kill things. It's not really clear what this means. No killing. You are not permitted to kill any passive creature. Exclusive worship. No other deities may be worshipped. And then regular harvest. Crops must be regularly harvested. Worship restrictions. These are restrictions for how their shrines can be built. Can be underwater, snowy. Must be at least 75% of the world height, so that's up there in the sky. Nighttime, daytime, in an area with trees. In an enclosed stone building with walls and a roof. Despite how detailed this description is, it's actually a little bit difficult to actually satisfy. They're picky. They're very picky. And then in the desert would be easy if I knew where any deserts were. And in the rain, it must be raining. Which, right there, gives you potential for a ridiculous restriction. If you have in the rain, and then regular worship, if it doesn't rain, your deity's going to get mad. There's also blessings and curses, which it chooses not to explain. Here we go. Receive a divine chariot to begin war. Priests can summon javelins. Victim has a hard time confronting danger. Receive a cornucopia of food. Priests bestow a blessing of food. And victim slowly starves to death, which requires a doomed soul, which we haven't even gotten to yet. Deity shrine effects: fertility, intimidate, and travel. Nearby plants grow faster. Living creatures and non-believers cannot approach the shrine. And Followers may instantly travel between shrines after worship. I have tried to use this to set up a fast travel network and didn't manage to pull it off. Mostly because there's a limit to how frequently you can worship a deity. It's great for one-way travel, but then getting back is a bit more difficult. Deity voices. You can change what they sound like. And because this is the Witchery dev, we've heard some of these sounds before. I think Bestial is the roar of the Lycan deity when you go werewolf in Witchery. And the rest of these are other sounds that do feature in the Witchery mod. Major powers. You can shorten the night, shorten the day. Eternal War spawns monsters during the day. And Bumper Harvest is interesting. Harvest yields double, but no harvest is possible during certain lunar cycles. So I think that means if you attempt to harvest crops during a new moon, you get nothing. But at any other time, it's double yield. None of these look good to me, but in crafting a deity, one is necessary. You do have to pick one. Maybe short night. Short night would help out my solar panels. Short day would kill my solar panels. So when there are multiple deities in the field, the most worshipped deity has their major power activate. If there's only one deity in existence, then their major power is automatically considered active. And we have minor powers, which are other things that can happen. This is a very dangerous one because this is a power that is granted to its avatar and makes it practically impossible to deal damage to the avatar at all without an enchanted weapon. And I don't think my electric sword's sharpness counts, because it's not magic. Increased lightning. Increases the chance of lightning strikes during storms. Priests can summon lightning. Induce violence. Normally peaceful creatures become aggressive, and priests can induce bloodlust in followers. And then nature's bounty. If food is better, priests can will plants to grow. This is probably the safest option. So the bottom line of all this nonsense is we're going to need to build a god machine. A literal god machine. There will be Deus Ex Machina. And the beginning point of that is a large stockpile of benign stone, the like of which I don't quite have. We're also going to need a large stock of malleable stone, so I'm glad I checked. You get to go over to the Soul Terror and become stone. We'll prep the next guy, and I need more stone. Fortunately, I cooked a few batches. Is this doing anything yet? Still no. It's just burning power for nothing. Turns out molten obsidian cannot make obsidian blocks, despite everything about the mod saying otherwise. $36 millibuckets, block mode, obsidian block. Nothing. So now I have spare lava, spare water, and spare molten obsidian, which I can do nothing with any of those. And I used obsidian to build this tank. I think there was a key that could set bucket mode on these things. Where I could like pick up water like that. Not seeing it now though. Entity, I still don't know what button 100 is. It's probably something I installed to keep the lag down. Yeah, tool armor menu, G. I've been pressing that. Did nothing. It doesn't do a thing for the buckets. The tanks. And now I have tanks of completely useless waste fluid that I can do nothing with. Hooray. I need 2 more tanks to get this out of here. Unless I can just break it. Yeah, that voided the fluid. Solves that problem. Maybe that means I can do the same thing here. Well, obsidian, be gone. That worked. Now I have a second tank that only holds 1 bucket and deletes anything above that bucket, or so I assume. It's not like this mod has any documentation. And we need more souls of all the higher level types. There we go, become stone. Now get out of the way. Occult madness is necessarily cruel. Again, I would love to automate this thing. With like a predatory block in the center here. But then it would break my stone. I'd have to use the lever way over here on the Soul Forge to toggle whether or not the predatory block works. And the Soul Forge itself takes a long time to activate, so it wouldn't even save me any time. Automating the Soul Terror setup is just a pipe dream. Hey, where are you going? The lever is on. You're supposed to go over there, not into the well. It was on. Well, I now have one more malleable soul in the tank, because that guy chose to misroute himself. That one goes into Soul Terror as designed. So to actually construct the God Machine, we need an untold amount of benign stone. I could calculate it, but I'm just content to say a lot. We need 4 5-block columns of malleable stone, which is about 20, and 4 3-block high columns of immutable stone, which is 12. So our pig villagers have to continue pigging. And we also need to keep the population up, so more of these spawn. Why are you at 2 health? You are practically brand new. You shouldn't be that damaged. Whoa. You are brand new, as in you didn't exist only seconds ago. Whoa. I hear another one. It must be inside the pig machine. Yep, there you are. 3 immutable souls. Ready for extraction. Also need a bunch of bananas. That's my mob net. I can't get in there and grab my mob net. Give me my mob net. Well, now I'm going to have to go make a fence gate. That's not the right button. Oh no. I accidentally cast Magic Missile. Damaged myself. That's a lot of wise souls kicking around. I'll have to extract some of them too. What I meant to do was fire the slingshot spell to throw myself this way. Okay, fence gate. Because apparently the chicken prison needs a way in. No thank you. It may be time to make an enchanting setup too, because I can enchant this bone armor. Like above and beyond the whole tempering process. I also have a lot of rotten flesh here. Maybe I should have a word with a cleric about this. Eggs are getting out of hand again too. That's going to be a matter for a Zafkiel Waltz. A lot of stuff is happening. I still want more solar panels up there too. So we've got our work cut out. Ah, the chicken soul finally fell down to where it should have been the entire time. And our skeletal friends are burning. I knew I shouldn't have placed that block there, because they will use this as a shelter. But that's just hideous. I guess I'm gonna have to deal with it. Anyway, this is the malleable combination, and I have no pig villagers in my inventory. So we need to reconfigure for both immutable and benign. We will start with immutable. That is still on, because I need more immutable stone. Yes, immutable stone. We are making the stone. Not to be confused with rock. That is slightly and subtly different. But for those familiar with the game where the distinction is important, they always appear together, so there's no need to be confused. Bash that gold to death. Basically free iron. Next immutable. We're up to 12. 3, 6, 9, 12. So that's all we need for the machine. This will be our last immutable stone, just so we have 4 left in the chest to use as a marker for the immutable combination. Oops. I don't have Silk Touch, so that's a bit of a loss. Which means this golem, turn this lever off, is going into the tank and not the Ripper. Even critical hits don't kill golems fast enough. They be tanky. Now before I switch over to Benign, maybe we can grab some more Immutables. Any more golems back here? Any old iron? The villager population was crazy, so there should be enough here to support more golem spawning. Not seeing any though. Not hearing any inside either. This is a bit nuts. Gonna have to solve that problem at some point and collect all the wise souls. Get away from that door. Get away from that door, I will kill you. Chicken. Be anywhere else. You aren't leaving. Move. Bird? Okay, you aren't leaving. And with that, we will switch over to Benign. Splitter, gourd, double decanter, Benign, splitter, decanter, splitter, splitter. And we're going to need all these chickens to be stone. At least if you perform terrible crimes against chickens, nobody really bats an eye. Also, there are a couple things that I've been skipping. We can grow more powerful. For two reasons. These should all be chickens. Chicken, 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 check. For two reasons. The first reason being we have now definitely discovered the immutable soul, bringing the number of souls we know about to 6. Meaning the number of souls I can contain in my body is now 12. We currently have 10. We also have our soul bone chest plate, the bone chest piece that is necessary for several spells, such as Tendrils. Picks up nearby items and deflects some projectiles. Needs chest armor. Maintain for 1 wise. So I need to change my temper setup to take advantage of the new armor capabilities that I have. Meaning adding more tempering. Also on the table, shield. Completely deflects 1 attack, then it must recharge. Armor, maintain for 1 immutable, increases the protection of armor. That will fill up the rest of our armor bar, so this goes from being iron equivalent to being diamond equivalent. And there are other fun options like overclock, which makes other effects simply better. Vision, to see creatures through blocks. This one's really interesting. Unexpected. And the thing is, unexpected and overclock can be combined. They don't like it, though. See, there's a concept in intangible soul magic called rebellion. Maybe I can find it in the knowledge gem quickly. Souls, spellcasting, rebellion. Using souls to perform spell-like effects may result in them starting to object, an effect I term rebellion. This process may be visualized as a colorful bar that fills behind my absorbed souls. So, should rebellion reach its maximum level, I will be unable to use souls for casting, and all souls currently in use will immediately stop what they're doing. Rebellion will naturally abate over time. Having both overclock and unexpected active and maintained simultaneously causes rebellion to climb all by itself, even if nothing else is in play. And while overclock makes other effects simply stronger, and it's not entirely clear what this means, and I haven't been able to fully investigate it, I do know some things that unexpected can change. One of those is strength. Strength does exactly what it says on the tin. It gives you basically a strength potion effect. If you combine it with overclock, that becomes more strength. If you combine it with unexpected, you become a living piston. Unexpected and strength allows you to walk into blocks and shove them as though you were a human piston. Sometimes it's useful. A lot of times you accidentally destroy your own stuff. There's also a way to place blocks at range. Can dodge a focused creature's attack. focus is an interesting keyword. I forget where it's explained, so I'm not going to look for it right now. But what focus means is you have hit the same creature 3 times. So once you hit a creature 3 times, anything with the focus keyword that you have active and maintained comes into play. So this allows you to dodge. So if the focused creature attacks you, you ignore it once. Clone, you can shadow decoy after a focused creature's attack. Heal, you hit a creature 3 times, and then subsequent attacks will heal you. Over here we have Gravity Well. For 3 immutable, you can just yank things together. And then I think that's every new spell that we can use now. Maybe Burn. You hit a creature 3 times, and the next hit sets it on fire. Maybe if my sword wasn't so powerful. And then with our immutable souls, we also have up here Animate Golem. So before we had Animate Spider, which gives a block spider legs and makes it a small minion. Animate Golem does the same thing for a 2-block tall column. It turns it into a large walking piece of nonsense that goes off to punch things. Both are kind of hilarious in their own way. But what we want to do right now is invest ourselves with 1 immutable, 1 wise, make that 2 wise, because vision is just useful. So I need to change my personal soul combination. And on top of that, I'm going to have to change or add additional tempers to my armor. Because these 2 benign are not going to cut it. Remember, maintain cost requires tempers. So even if I put this immutable soul in my body, I will have to have one of my armor pieces tempered with immutable to make this run for the maintain cost. So what are we looking at now? The benign needs to stay. The unhinged, I may be able to go down to 1 unhinged. Because I don't see myself casting this spell so rapidly that I need the second one. So we'll go to 1 unhinged. Malleable. We need a minimum of 3 for incorporeal. That is always useful to have. And then if I have a 4th one, I can cast Shield. I don't actually like Shield all that much, though. It's visually distracting. Powerful, can't deny that, but visually distracting. We need an immutable. We need a wise. That's non-negotiable. So there's the wise. There's the immutable. We need... let me get down there. 1 predatory for strength. And then maybe 2 more for swarm. So I can go down to 3. what does that do? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2 leftover soul slots. You can add another malleable for overclock. Which brings us up to 11. Then I have room for one more. I could go Claws. Claws is a pain to use, though. For anyone that's played Witchery and remembers being a werewolf and doing incredible unarmed damage with the werewolf, but then having that unarmed damage disappear in the instance that you happen to have an item in your hand, same thing. This empty hand with Claws active does bonus damage, but the first item I pick up goes into this slot and fills my hand, and now I'm doing basic Minecraft punch damage because I'm slapping them with whatever item I picked up. So I would have to throw the item down to have an empty hand again for the Claws to work. It's an amazing spell in concept, big pain in the neck in practice. Push. Shift swing to push away nearby creatures. I've never used that. Not even once. I wonder what it would do with, say, Unexpected. I went down to 1 unhinged so I could use Slingshot less. I only have 1 spare soul slot, so I can't go up to 3 to fit Unexpected. So I guess we'll just leave that last soul point floating, since I can't imagine needing it for anything. Unless I do, I guess, 1 more immutable for Animate Golem. That could be fun, just to showcase. Yeah, spider noises. I want to solve those. They irritate me. You are about to become a predatory soul in my soul well. Speaking of soul well, do we have enough souls in the well to do what I'm trying to do here? I already have the benign in me. 2 immutable. I have 3. 3 predatory, I'm losing 1. 1 unhinged, I'm losing 1. 4 malleable. I have the 1 additional malleable that will cost. 1 wise, I've got the wise. And we just come full circle. So, time to do the infusion. There we go. Our soul pips in the top left have become a bit more varied and colorful. Now, if you thought I looked like a mad necromancer before, let's activate repair, because that's kind of required. We will add armor. Oh, You can't yet. Because I still have to do some tempering. So we need to temper with an immutable. That's 3 obsidian. We also need to temper with wise. That's 3 books. I think malleable is also required. I don't remember already though, even though we just planned that out. How do I have more arrows in there? Too many arrows are garbage. I'm also still carrying all this that I meant to give to a cleric at some point. Ooh, that's the last of my obsidian. Alright, this will cost my last immutable soul through the immutable tempering. And then it'll cost a wise soul through the wise tempering. But that is fine. We have them. And we can always get more. Tempered with immutable. We'll add wise. We need more temperings yet. I did not mean to accidentally hit that hotkey. Need a malleable temper to run overclock, and a predatory temper to run strength, and another wise temper to use vision. I only have 1 wise. That's what my last soul point should be. A 2nd point of wise. It's a good thing this machine doesn't cost anything to activate. Just a little bit of time. Huh? Why have you failed me? I was just adding a wise. Oh, probably because I added something else. Yeah, I added that 2nd point of immutable. Well, I guess we will not be summoning golems today. Actually, let's do it once. Just to see what it do before I lose the capability to do so. Can I do a golem out of leaves? For one thing. The thing about the vertical movement on this spell grid, you bring up the spell grid by holding right click. And then you move your mouse, and the grid kind of moves with you. If you activate it facing the ground too much, you hit the limit of your ability to move your mouse down, and I can't get to the bottom row. Too high, you can't get anywhere near the top row. So it's a bit tricky to activate. Anyway, begin low, get to animate golem, cast on leaves. Nothing. It doesn't like working on transparent blocks. How about some random packet of dirt? Okay, that's a bit more golem than I was expecting. It looks like an iron golem. It's clearly made out of a 2x3 batch of dirt. Unfortunately, he's just kind of standing around doing nothing. So, if he would at least follow me, that might be useful. I imagine he has some kind of built-in AI to attack hostile mobs with. But, yeah. Don't need you. Now he's moving. He is much slower than an iron golem. And now he's reverted. Interesting. So I ripped out 6 dirt blocks to make him, and he turns back into 3. Yeah, I'm not gonna miss losing this. Wrong way. So we lose a point of immutable to gain a point of wise. I'll need 3 books for the additional wise temper. We're still hanging stupidly onto this rotten flesh. We also need a predatory temper, which is 3 spider eyes. A malleable temper, which is 3 iron ingots. Anything else on the wish list? I mean, in an ideal world, I just temper it with everything. But that can be a bit expensive, especially with benign tempers requiring fish for some reason. You have to go and collect fish. I mean, an argument can be made for 2 more malleable tempers. So I have access to dig. 3 more malleable tempers, and I can overclock dig. And it only costs iron, right? That was the malleable temper? Yeah, iron. So if I temper all 4 pieces with malleable, then I can overclock dig with a maintained cost of 4 malleable. It'll cost me 4 malleable souls to do that. But I should be able to. I should have that with breeding pits. We have that. I'm doing a wise temper, 4 malleable tempers, and a predatory temper. Have the souls for all of the above. So start with a second wise temper, which cannot be the soulbone template because that already has one. So our second wise temple can. I got it wrong twice. First it was soulbone temple or soulbone template, and then it was soulbone temple. There, 1 wise, 2 wise. Going to need a predatory. I will have predatory shoes because I find that idea a bit amusing. And now, finally, malleable everything. We just cycle these through the tempering process. Everything has a malleable soul attached to it. Wait. Why are you not doing anything? Can't. Because it needs the 1 malleable soul to run the process, and then a second malleable soul to actually apply. Yeah, the tempering process has a working soul of 1, and then it also consumes 1. So I need an extra one just to have in there. So let's get the benigns cleared out of our soul nets here, our mob nets. Which means more benign stone, more walking back and forth here. Chicken. That switch is on. Death. While that runs, we will again attempt to showcase, because I did the tempering this time. There we go. Camera's in a good spot. And I'm clicking on the soul cage. Alright, I guess that'll be a bit before I can show this off. I'm not just going to stand outside here in the middle of the night and play around with visual effects, because that's a good way to get stabbed in the back. Extract chicken. Execute chicken. Wait. I need to clear out the stone replace it with more stone. Now we can extract the next chicken. I'm beginning to think I could use another door in the lab. That just opens up to back here. And frankly, there is no reason not to do that. Hello, spider. Do you plan to go play with my cows? Because that's not happening. I'll grab this door. Bit of a dirt supply. We'll just make this whole process marginally more convenient. There. Extract next chicken. Takes them a moment to register that they need to be somewhere. So now that it's daylight, I can do the showing off thing. We turn repair back on, which I should have had on the whole time. Her armor. We grow a nice spiked bone collar, and our pauldrons simply expand. I can also overclock, which doesn't do anything visually. And then with our otherwise, sorry, that's a malleable. With one of our Y's, tendrils, we now have wibbly wobbly cubey tentacles that do things. And we also have the predatory temper to activate strength. I still have the 2 spare souls. Did strength make my gauntlets thicker? No, I just imagined that. I'll actually turn that off again. For the visual, claws. Nice, slashy Wolverine claws poke out from the gauntlets. But I'm not going to use that. We wanted strength. Our other wise temper allows us to vision. And that leap, and now we can see everything. The golems in the cages, the ghost chicken down there, the cows in their pen, the chicken in the cage, that spider way over there. It takes a little getting used to, but it's a very useful vision to have. I don't know why it... There we go. I don't know why it wasn't showing me these guys. But we can also see all the villagers happily in their pens. Hi! Ow! Why? What made you so mad? More surprised than anything else. You have enough armor that apparently he didn't do any damage. Anyway, we have 2 spiders, 2 golems, and more chickens to turn into stone. This chicken is ready for extraction. Now I don't have to use the funny looking window I cut to watch that happen. And now I pick up these benign stone immediately from their pits, and don't have to place these to lift up the blocks. Tendrils. Increased item magnetism. It also blocks incoming arrows and fireballs in the nether. And the last thing it does that it doesn't tell you about is if a creeper gets too close, the tendrils will throw the creeper away before it can explode. Which makes it impossible to fight creepers in melee, because the creepers keep getting yeeted out of range before you can swing, unless they're pinned against a wall. But it does keep you very safe from creepers. They can't explode if they can't stay close enough to trigger. That would be the final chicken. Da 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 da. That's okay. You can always make more. I've also tried changing this block into, was it Wise Stone? To automatically place the stone blocks. That doesn't work out so well either. Like I said, I would love to better automate this whole process, but there just aren't any tools for it, and the tools that you do have are extremely awkward. I see more golems. Ow. I don't know why the villager golems are mad at me all of a sudden. And whatever they're mad about, they have a long memory of. Our pigmen are also not exactly pigging. Which could be because we have too many villagers, and they are sitting on all the population cap. So let me finally do this rotten flesh trade. 39, 37, 39, 37. I guess that's just where the price is. Excuse me, you need to leave so I can. Hey, stay. Get down there. Down. Down. What are you doing? Thank you. You know what it could be? It could be that I attacked villagers in here, and that counts as part of the village, so it lowered my villager reputation, which is making all the iron golems automatically hostile. That's a possibility. Unfortunate, but possible. There's also 2 free upgrade slots on my pickaxe. Wasn't I going to make mining speed upgrades for that? Board, feather, block of redstone. I have that now. Especially now that I have so many feathers, I've begun to throw them away. Board, block, feather. Upgrade and upgrade. Pickaxe, upgrades, fire. While that's running, we have more souls to extract. And that's my pickaxe, so I can't pick these and reconfigure the... Well, I guess there is no while that's running. I need my pickaxe. Thank you. Mining speed 300%. Maybe that'll finally make breaking these faster. It does feel a little faster. Alright, with the predatory first. Gourd, spiral, double decant. don't need predatory stone. And the additional string certainly doesn't hurt. Gourd, double decant. A gourd spiral, double decant. Now we switch over to immutable. Split gourd, double decant. I think we have all the immutable stone we need. 4 for the marker, and 3, 6, 9, 12 for the machine. It's malleable and probably benign we still need. I need to get building this thing too. Or, no, you know what it is? You know why the golems are mad? Because I've been attacking and destroying iron golems within reputation range of my artificial village. Well, I guess that's just something I'm going to have to accept now. Iron golems that I am artificially spawning over in the corner hate me, and will hate me forever. I don't care, it's free iron. Split, gourd, decant. And I'm gonna need to prepare for wise souls. What are you doing there? Be gone. Yeet. That is tendrils at work. Creepers are no longer a problem. They just get flung away. Arrows are basically returned to sender. I don't mind hunting more bones, that's for sure. Fear my increased strength, along with my sword of smite. Bye. 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 I can't hit it because it keeps getting flung away. I'll fix up this bow, and that'll be my last bow. Every other bow is going to be garbage. Extra seeds, garbage. Iron, trash. What else was I doing in here? I gotta refill my battery. Have enough power here that nobody cares anymore. Burn. I'm supposed to have 10 mob nets. How did one get lost? There must have been some kind of glitch back when I was collecting these chickens back here. Which has been known to happen. The net gun is a very finicky piece of equipment, which is certainly related to 189 being a very strange version of Minecraft. It has to be drawn like a bow, and it has to be fully drawn to fire properly. More than that, I have to make sure that I don't right-click it on anything. And if you attempt to fire it without fully charging it, then you can simply lose the ammo. So that's why I always look away, begin charging, and then swivel to target. One more. The wise souls are simply overpopulated and need to be culled so the malleable souls can continue repopulating. It certainly helps that I have basically no wise souls in the tank. And I have no need of wise stone. So we'll just extract these guys. Yep, here I am punching murdered villagers just to get them out of the way. And I wonder why the golems are mad. Shoo. So that restocks on wise souls. We're up to 10 now. I may have to cull them further. So our piggy boys. No, we already have some extra population going on here. still need more of these guys in any case. And it looks like there are enough of them that I can take 2. Both groups are now repopulating. Tear up the setup for Wise. Place the setup for Malleable. I know I need more Malleable Stone to get the God Machine going. But needing more Malleable Souls to finish the temper process is a bit more important right now. So these guys are both going in the Soul Well. And now I can finish tempering my helmet. Excellent. 1, 2, 3, 4 Malleable. Now I can tolerate a Malleable maintain cost of 4, which allows us to keep Overclock running and begin to dig. It's a dig beam. It's a reasonably quick dig beam. That must be the overclock at work. If I turn overclock off, nothing changes. Overclock must be giving me dig speed. Only thing I can think, or not dig speed, dig level. Maybe I can mine tougher materials with it. Anyway, I'm going to do something about these trees. This is so dumb. So the shovel arm can dig a 3x3 space for both wood and leaves and dirt and everything, while the axe arm breaks single blocks. Why did I even give it an axe arm? It is pretty fearsome when it comes to trees, I'll give it that. But it's also very awkward and poorly aimed. Why is all the items in a single area? It's nice, I'm just wondering why that is. Maybe despite the golem not being able to collect items, it still thinks that I am somehow me, and therefore I'm still running tendrils while possessing the golem? I don't know. That's my best guess. Let's get you back. I'm gonna have to replace his arm with the hammer arm and give him the suction head and try to use him for mining again. As I always do, and it always disappoints. What can we do with red cedar? Anything special? Totem torch. A whole new kind of lighting that also costs a torch, so it's more expensive. Drum, chime, rattle. Red cedar plank. A red cedar log becomes 3 planks. Or I can burn it for charcoal. I can also strip it, and it becomes 5 planks. I don't think I have that demanding a need for wood that I need a whole new type of tree. Seems a little weird. I do need to go digging again. We are out of diamonds. I used them all to upgrade this battery. We're also out of obsidian, because I thought I could manufacture more. Turns out, no. That part of the mod simply doesn't work. I've got our soul chicken and the 3 goofs in cages. But they'll become useful later too. And I need to go get some more blaze rods as well. So let's make that part easier. Knowledge gem. Tell me about corporeal reconstructor. Reconstructing bodies. Benign, 2 immutable, 2 malleable, consumes an immutable and an unhinged. That's 3 immutable, 2 malleable, and I know I have the rest. Just barely enough malleable. The malleable are only put to work, they're not consumed. You, give me pearls. You just death. That's all, just death. I have nothing further to say to a zombie. Break down the cage. Take a walk outside myself. And stand here. Turn on the lever. Take a walk outside myself. And stand here. Bingo. Spare body. Unnamed, not harvestable. No, I am not harvestable. Alright, let's try to make this work. I should be able to pass through the... Thank you. Pass to the wall. Hop in my other self. Which I could have just teleported to my other self. That would have been so much faster. Bones. You. I don't know why you chose to walk in... What are you doing? This is the goof... This guy's trying to commit suicide. Just going and standing in a pond. Good supply of pearls again. Put the gem away. Bow and arrows, junk. Now we're in the nether. Can my soul form? I guess I can. Whoop. Whoop. Excellent. This'll work. This is good. Well, that's squid. That's a squid. Fascinating place for a squid to be. So what I have now is convenient bookmark teleportation. And also, ghasts are no longer a threat. My wisdom tendrils intercept the fireballs, and they cannot hit me. This also prevents me from hitting the fireballs and getting Return to Sender, but I guess that's a price I'm willing to pay. Also, it would be nice if I had potions of fire resistance, but it just so happens that I destroyed all of my blaze rods, so I'm not making magma cream to make more potions of fire resistance. This must be where some of the fireballs hit the other day. Bridge, perfectly fine. So if I'm right about leaving that body back there, this should be the last time I have to walk to this fortress. Pardon me, boys. Just passing through. I don't know why the zombie pigman was given gold swords. Those hurt so much. Let's not fall in the chasm again. Oh. A ghast blast. Missed us there the last time we came home. Alright, mining speed upgrades are working. Tasty quartz. Another thing that I think Vanilla Minecraft stole from Modded is the fact that modern piglins get angry with you if you break gilded blackstone or harvest gold in the nether. The reason I say this is because, excuse me, you're being rude. The reason I say this is because at one time, we had a mod called Nether Ores. I forget who developed it. I want to say it was Team COFH, the guys behind Thermal Expansion. I'm not entirely sure. Uh-oh. Ow. Point being, Nether Ores made it so there were ores in the Nether. You know, exactly what it says on the tin. But there was a little bit more to it than that. Harvesting Nether Ores had a small chance to ignite them like TNT, and they would explode like TNT. The other thing is that harvesting a Nether Ore anywhere near zombie pigmen would anger them, just as though you would hit one. So I think that is where the I'm asserting, I'm saying that I think that's where the piglins get mad at you for harvesting ores behavior came from, or was inspired by. That wasn't me. Don't you dare get mad at me. They are not mad at me. Oh, we have magma cream now, so I could craft potions of fire resist if I had access to water, which is just not a thing in the Nether. What I would like right about now is an easy to secure blaze spawner. There are two obvious blaze spawners here, both of which extend over inconvenient empty space. Capturing those will involve building a block shell completely around them while under attack as the blazes spawn. Not fun. So I would much rather, if possible, find a blaze spawner where the terrain generation has extended it into solid rock. And this bridge right here might be the ticket. But it's weirdly generated. It looks like a second nether fortress tried to generate right on top of this one. There's also a lot of lava going on. And I'm just not at all about that. So if you could just not be angry, Molten Stone, that'd be great. We have the usual consequences of increased mining speed on Netherrack. And Netherrack is such a strange stone. It has no blast resistance. It has the weakest mining level, but you do need a pickaxe. I believe it also does increase durability damage to pickaxes because it's just nasty, corrupted stone. But it's so weak that it breaks very quickly, and if you have any amount of efficiency on your pickaxe, even efficiency 1, it breaks instantly. Very good if you need to drill through vast amounts of it. Very bad if your pickaxe has low durability and you can't control your clicking. Huh. There was a way here the whole time. That is another brick pillar. So there's another nether bridge this way. There, I suppose. Well, what we're going to do right here is go mad. Because I need raw netherrack to work with. Ooh. Some of those breaks weren't real. We were too fast. We caused ghost blocks. So I think I'm going to do this with the one over by where we enter this place, for simplicity. Come on, get off the edge. I don't know why these things so often spawn up on the edge. Also, do they count as skeletons? We'll see if this goes up to 33. No. Wither skeletons are considered a separate entity entirely by the mod. So I guess I need to make a second soul shard. If I want to think about farming these guys for skulls. Which eventually I'm going to have to. Alright. We got a pigman here, which is very bad. I have to work around him, not accidentally make him angry. I would prefer if he just wasn't here, but that's not up to me. You. Death. Death or goodbye. Either is fine. Could you not? I'm already dealing with fireballs from the other side. I would just prefer if you didn't. Yeah, and that's my tendrils juggling the blaze fireballs. Ow. Oh, yikes. That could have been bad. casual with my own safety here. I guess I've just gained enough soul power that I'm getting a little cocky. The good news is we have now functionally captured this blade spawner. It's not perfect, but it'll work. They now cannot fly away, at least not easily. We have greatly limited the available spawn area. Mostly to places we want them to be. Would you just... No. Actually use Swarm. Kill him. Eat him up. Also, where'd the zombie pigman go? There's definitely a zombie pigman here. Oh, we're still in AoE mode. This is why I keep saying to turn it off, and then I keep ignoring my own advice. Don't do that, that's rude. These blazes are disagreeing very strongly with my unsportsmanlike conduct, forcing them all into a box. Now, if they would just stop setting their rods on fire, I'd be able to do this in safety as well as comfort. That is a regular skeleton. I don't know what it's doing here, but I will happily kill it for a point on my record. doesn't really need to be any thicker. I think I've destroyed their ability to spawn anywhere but in here. But it's nice to have it thickened up a bit. Alright, we're now over a stack of blaze rods. And we have a skull. Nice amount of bones, too. This has been very productive. Why is this thing damaged? I don't remember harming it. And this guy needs to be dead. There he goes. Off on an adventure. Now we're back to could you maybe don't. Don't destroy my enclosure. But now I can give up my mortal form, which is still a Steve. Bothers me. It's supposed to not to be Steve. I have a skin. I have skin. We teleport back to our other self. All of our inventory is intact. And away we go, making a complete mockery of the Nether. And leaving our spare body on the threshold of the blaze spawner in case we need more rods. Or skulls, for that matter. We've got ample bones. That's almost a full... that's basically a full stack of bones. Red mushroom. Red mushroom makes rapid stew and mushroom stew. Red mushroom is not important. Poppy makes red dye. Red dye is a dye. Can be used to configure pressure pipe stuff and used to make bedspreads and other dyes and otherwise dye things. What is this miniature star? Ah, glowstone dust and a torch makes a tiny square of light. Arrow. I don't know what to do with this skull. It's got to go in this chest. This is my storage chest. Maybe I don't need these flowers, like, at all. The skull can go here. Slime ball with the magma cream. Store the mushroom. These flowers are only good for gray dye, which maybe if you like light gray has value. Other than that, it's just not important to have these flowers at all. Also, I'm gonna get the blaze rods in here somehow. Not sure how I'm gonna pull that one off. And all the stone swords are trash. That should have been obvious. I think it's time for the fluid generator. Or better yet, the advanced generator. What? That's not what I said at all. And typing in those keys doesn't make that thing appear at all, so I don't know much has happened. Anyway, I want access to this mod. Advanced generators. Well, maybe solves some of my power problem. I'm going to have to stuff it in this back wall somehow. And then get an energy interface pipe. Let's see. Energy interface pipe right here to pull the power out of the generator and get it into that battery. Fortunately, advanced generators are very, very shape agnostic. The trouble is they can be difficult to feed. We have steam turbine, we have gas turbine, and we also have something called the syngas producer. And the syngas producer generates fuel. I may have to research this mod a little more in depth because I am suddenly remembering basically nothing about how it works. I'm pretty sure the steam turbine takes in water, and I don't have a lot of ways to do that. Yes, I do. I have pressure pipes, the infinite water source, and the various pressure inputs therein. Pressure pipes is a very, very rapid way to get infinite water. Because this infinite water source is effectively two corner water buckets in a single block. You can bucket out of it. It's a little awkward to use that way because the bucket moves in your inventory for some reason. You can also hook it up to one of the pumps, like this high pressure pump. Oh yeah, green dye, cactus green as a sealant. A bit of a logistical holdover from Buildcraft. And I don't have Nature's Compass installed, so I don't know which way to go to find a desert. A bit more importantly, for now, you still mad? Don't appear immediately mad. Can't imagine why. Our piggy boys are, well, they're kind of populating. 4.5 is not a good number here. I've got to grab some more villagers. Just, why is there rotten flesh inside the enclosure? That shouldn't be possible. We have way too many villagers in here. Which is probably a consequence of way too many farmer types. I only really need 2 farmer types to keep this whole thing running. You are one. You are another. You two are staying. I missed. Yeah, we got like 6 farmers in here. One farmer, 2 farmer, massacre. You will grow into a farmer. Kill you 2. That's fine. Now they can repopulate. But now the golems are going to be very annoyed with us. Couple cows down for the leather and beef. We have wise souls to extract. Are they becoming stone? No. away you go. And this will give me too many Ys and not enough malleable. So I can use this overwhelming surplus of Wise souls to convert more zombie pigmen into malleable souls, and thereby bypass the whole breeding process. Because there's no way I should need almost 20 Wise souls. There's just no use for that kind of soul stock of one particular type. Although, I guess I could temper the rest of my armor with Wise, just to have done it. It'd be a fine use of this ridiculous surplus. I believe the Wise temper was books, and I have 2 already. Also, taking these off, my only benign temper has deactivated my maintained benign effect, so I no longer have armor repair going. That is the advantage of over-tempering. Yep, books. While I'm thinking about it, I also need a potion brewing setup. And this will be a fine use of that hopper that's been kicking around. Also got all these bottles just sitting here ready to go. Netherwort, magma cream, and I believe it's redstone to extend duration. Yes, redstone duration, glowstone power. Netherwort, magma cream, redstone. This predates needing blaze dust in here to fuel the brewing process. I now have full armor even without the shoes. Anyway, we'll turn repair back on. And strength. Ah, because the boots were predatory, because I thought that was silly. That's why I lost strength. Boo. Just pop out of the door and immediately execute the skeleton. Bye. I keep forgetting about the tendrils do that until I attempt to fight a creeper and it fails. Junk. So an advanced generator, in particular a steam turbine, would run off of typical fuel and an infinite water source. Oh, we've already been over that. Cactus green. Green dye is the limiting factor. There's also a whole lot of microcrafting involved. Heat exchanger controller. Oh, I think that turns the steam back into water again? Maybe? But then that would produce heat, and where would that heat go? Why would you want to do that? It's also interesting that there are item output ports, but no item input ports. So what is it outputting? I am definitely going to have to brush up on what this mod does. And how to build it, because there's no in-game documentation for this mod. As for turbines, we got steel, 200 RF a tick at 100% inertia, gold, 150 per tick at 110% inertia, bronze, the inertia of gold and the production of steel, iron, 100 and 100, and that's end of list. So bronze turbines seem like the real winner here, because that's just copper and tin. That is nothing. Apart from, you know, all the iron that goes into it. Gas mix compressor improves the gas turbine control. Yeah, the gas turbine... Where'd it go? The gas turbine runs off of something like Buildcraft fuel, which I don't have Buildcraft installed, or syngas, which is produced by the syngas producer. That would be a more efficient way to create power, but require a lot more investment because I have to build 2 huge multi-block machines. One to make the fuel, one to make the gas, or one to turn the fuel into power. And then I had to feed both of them. The other option is to make a steam turbine, which doesn't have a way. I'm not seeing a fluid output valve, so the steam doesn't go anywhere. So I don't know what the heat exchanger is for. But the steam turbine is just going to be fuel and water, and I have unlimited fuel because I have a wood farm. And I can have unlimited water once I get access to cactus green. It's also going to take more iron. Everything about that is very expensive in terms of iron. Maybe I should move the saplings. And now we have room for these. Saplings can come down here and be treated as blocks. That's fine. Oh, good. I can phase through that sealant. It's too thin. Okay. Where could I possibly find a desert? It might be more interesting and certainly funnier to make a spare body, use that to explore, and then just teleport home whenever I need to. That way I have an extra body just out in the world, wherever I need to explore, and a body back home, so I can teleport home, as stated. Boy, look at all these cows. If only I was in a body, I could kill all those cows and get tons of leather. Alright, expanding the map in a sweeping search pattern is just not going to help. I need to pick a direction and just go, and hope I see tons and tons of sand. Well, speak of the tons and tons of sand and it shall appear. Unfortunately, this is just beach. Ocean is kind of the opposite of what I'm going for. But as a disembodied soul, I can freely explore the seafloor without having to worry about air. The perks of just floating around. That's me. Those tiny sparkling dots. I believe in this form you're invisible to other players. And technically you can even possess other players the same way you can possess mobs, but it doesn't work very well. I think this version of Minecraft also predates ocean monuments, so we're not going to see any of those. Weird little stone platform. It's just 2 chunks worth of flat stone. Or sand. It's sand. Just 2 chunks worth of beach. Strange. Man, this ocean is bleak. Wait a minute. I didn't know ocean monuments were this early. I guess they do exist. And I can possess the Guardian. Or, no I can't. It keeps immediately rejecting me. I can't possess smaller Guardians either. I guess that was never added. Kind of like how rabbits are an awkward, semi-pre-implemented state. I guess even if just didn't anticipate anyone trying to possess a Guardian. Still no desert. Oh hey, I can tap control to activate sprint. That makes this a little less tedious. It's not like I'm burning stamina in this mode. No, don't stop sprinting. We need to keep going. We gotta find a desert. Not one of these. We need a more different biome. Savannah. That's at least closer. Aha. We have found it. 4 kilometers away. to go for cactus. Over 2 oceans. But I need cactus, so there's not really any way around it. Be nice if there was one closer, but that would be a lot more time spent searching. So I better just warp home. Ooh. That's a lot more buffs than... well, weakness is from returning. Mining fatigue is from the Guardian. So, that's not new. Can I make a spare body to teleport home with? Maybe. Worst case scenario, it just kind of fails. Come on, mining fatigue, get lost. Success. We are now in everyone's nightmare scenario. There are 3 of me. Does bone do anything other than soul bone? Not really. Not unless I'm really desperate about bone meal. And I am very much not. So, by the power of chicken. Thank you. Soul bone is getting a little out of hand. Just a little. Here is our soul bone spear. Soulbone spear is a weird little device. It's a weapon, kind of like a sword, but it can also be tempered. And the temperings of the Soulbone spear hold a lot of secrets that I myself am really not privy to. I don't understand anywhere close to all of them. I know it has something to do with the souls you temper it with, and then you have to have certain souls inactive and ready to go in your body. And after that, I have very little clue. Yeah, I'm taking you too. For instance, if you have the spear tempered with predatory, and you have predatory souls available and not active the way I have 2 spare predatory souls now, swinging the bone spear not only stabs with the spear, but also throws shards of bone as a semi-ranged attack. If you temper the spear with immutable, I think it's immutable, it could be malleable, then you can shift right click with it and it will turn into a shield. If it has any other powers, I don't know them. These additional immutable souls will be useful in the god-making process. We can also use them to form additional bodies for ourselves. Won't that be fun? I don't mind the iron either. Splitter, gourd, decanter, decanter. Now malleable, decanter, splitter, spiral, spiral. And we need more stone. More than 20 stone. So you get to have your soul pulled apart and infused into rock. Won't that be fun? Next candidate. We're up to 19, so this could be our last stoning of the pig villager. Yeah, we have 3 for the marker and 20 for the machine. So this one won't be stone. He goes into the tank. I don't know if the floppers and lily pads the block chest as well. And so, with our spare body on reserve, we have a desert to find. That is way, way up in the northwest. I don't have any way to move faster than this, but we are going to need a couple of boats. That'll do. Just 2 should be enough, since we're not making a return trip. There's also the potential matter of all those cows, so I do need leather. Did I pass anywhere near chickens and I get eggs? They are so prolific. Right, cow spotted. Death to cow. Death to every cow. I cast Obliterate Bovine. Its spell focus is a pointy bit of steel. Its material component is some voltage from an available battery. The somatic component is slapping the cow in the face. Oh, that one survived one hit. How did that come to pass? don't know how they're surviving sometimes. That is a very nice amount of leather and beef. I would never be able to pull that off with looting 3. Fortunately, we have looting 4? 4. Even more fortunately, there are more cows. And worrying about creepers is a thing of the past because my wise tendrils fling them away. So I don't even have to pay attention, and creepers are not a problem. Skeletons either. The arrows get intercepted. So I am free to do basically whatever I want. The only things I really have to watch out for are melee enemies like spiders and zombies, and they're pretty weak. Or if I accidentally on purpose lock eyes with a Enderman, because they're kind of powerful. Although my boosted bone armor is no slouch by itself. We also have the Eyes of Wisdom, so nothing can sneak up on us from behind a tree. So we can see straight through the trees. Now, the real potential issue then would be running out of inventory space before we get to the desert. A very real concern. Alright, first stretch of boat. That is a blockage, so I'm going to go around this peninsula. That's odd. My empty hand pokes out of the bone gauntlet because it's the wrong angle. Must be because I'm in a boat, because I've never seen that before. If I use the focus instead, it's at the proper angle. Okay. First boating section makes landfall. Because these old school boats are bad, I'm not even going to try to land gently. I made a second boat for a reason. Actually, if we can sneak around the whole island, I may not need the second boat after all. Just quietly scooting along the ocean, waiting to hit a squid wrong and have the boat explode. A very real danger in this version. Back with these old boats before they were given oars, everything was a potentially catastrophic speed bump. You couldn't boat through swamps because the lily pads would break the boat if you hit them going too fast. And as mentioned, hitting a squid going too fast could explode the boat. The other problem with boats sometimes is just the sheer speed, especially, again, on a multiplayer server. On a multiplayer server, it's possible to use a boat to travel so fast that the game forgets where you are. And when you arrive, while you will see mobs and things, they don't move, they don't respond to your presence, they have no AI, you can't attack them. Because the game, despite loading the mobs and allowing you to see, the creatures, it knows that you're present for the purpose of spawning mobs, but it thinks you're still somewhere miles behind yourself when it comes to actually interacting with the world. Which is a very weird double presence kind of circumstance. Well, we're within a kilometer, so I think it's time... Bash. Yep. It is time to disembark. We have our second boat in case another large body of water presents itself. But it's also daylight, which will make this a lot easier. That's the wrong spell. We'll kill that rabbit. I keep meaning to activate Slingshot. It didn't even trigger. Whee! Slingshot is just so unpredictable. The only thing you can know about it for sure, almost, is that you probably won't take damage from the experience. Beyond that, where it throws you is pretty much anyone's guess. Good for skipping bodies of water like that, though. Small ones. Ow. If I had used Slingshot, that would have been fine. I think this is only the second time we've seen wolves. And I just picked up a loose lilac. What could have broken that lilac? Up the mountain. Whoa! I guess over the mountain is good too. There's like 2 or 3 Endermen that way. But they are no doubt through solid rock, so we're not picking a fight with them anytime soon. Catapult into some chickens. Catapult off the mountain. Catapult into the desert proper. And we have our desert temple. Been a good long time since I've dealt with one of these. This also serves as a fine opportunity to collect sand. The bag isn't draining because our home chunk isn't loaded anymore. So I can fill the bag, but it will only actually drain if we get closer to home. Wait a sec, why did that break only 1 block? I forgot to turn AoE mode off. Disarm that immediately. Diamond. Diamond. Gold isn't bad either. I'll take bones and flesh, forget the saddle. Iron 2. Not a bad haul. Not a great haul, but not bad. Now we just need to get what we came for. And I'm probably going to build a cactus machine again. It won't be nearly as large this time. What am I looking at over here? So, hello? Minimap? What are those things? And how are they moving that fast? Are those supposed to be bats? No, they're witches. Well, I think I'm actually full up on wise souls, oddly enough. So I have no need of additional witch. Come on, trigger. It didn't want to fire the spell again because it had already done so recently. That's what I get for pulling out the second point of Unhinged. Just when I was saying that I didn't think I'd be casting that spell repeatedly in succession. Anyway, I want this cluster of cactus right here. And then we will teleport home. Especially since it seems to be getting dark again. Alright, disembody self, aim home, warp. Re-enter body. And now the sandbag is draining. Where's it draining to? Because I don't think I have a space for sand in the storage system. I should. Yeah, it's going there. I think I need another double drawer. Nope, I have one. There it is. Sand can go up there. It's not going up there. Now it is. I've had to be very aggressive with it. I also have fat stacks of beef. This is a little wild. And way too much leather. Which should actually translate into functionally enough leather. The free diamonds and gold, I don't mind either. Don't need that pressure plate. This TNT can stick around, though I don't think I will ever use it. Alright, sand, cobble, stick for the lever. Planks for the pistons. I should go ahead and roast up all this beef. I mean, what else am I going to do with it? It has no other function. It should probably be daylight, though, if I'm going to be building a cactus machine. Don't know how much cactus green I'll need. The 20 feels like a good start. And the machine can go right here. So I'm not doing anything else with this space. I never even walk over here. Do I need that much space? Probably not. I think I have to be one more block down. Yeah, one more block down. And we got the lever. The redstone, which does work like that. I don't know why it was delayed. That was a little strange. And that's it. Cactus machine. Very simple, very small. No problems with the lighting. Everything is still green and bright. Kind of ease up this hill a bit so it looks less like I just blocked up a corner. Which I did, but it shouldn't look like that. Alright, that's not the greatest, but it'll do. And it'll grow cactus, which is the important thing. I'm moving the charcoal. I also wanted to get this guy another arm and another head. There's also potential for giving him another leg, but I don't think I want to go there. The candle leg is very awkward to use. It's difficult to fill. And it's generally just a pain. It's a pain to manage. So we want the hammer arm and the suction head. And this will turn him into an effective, well, I don't know about effective, but a functional miner. Do I need to do that though? I have AoE on my pick. And the primary advantage of a miner golem is that it does a 3x4 mining space to crush, to carve itself a space equal to its own size. So maybe we don't do golem. Instead, we are poised and ready to make a steam turbine generator to more aggressively fill our power reserves. And maybe be a bit less slow about it, and maybe be able to finally make some speed upgrades here, but that'll cost diamonds, so that's more mining besides. That, however, is going to be a tomorrow problem. I think for today we have done quite enough. We made our golem buddy first thing. We got immutable souls. We have extra shells of ourselves in various places. We've got enough specialty blocks to make the god machine. Benign stone, probably not so much. Probably need some more benign stone to get that going. I also need a place to build it. Probably here? Which may require a soul relay or two for the soul energy to travel along, because you can use soul relays. These soul relays, they serve so many functions. They're used to weaken a soul's connection to its body in the lab. They're used to tear a soul in 4 directions at once to get it in stone. They're used down here, and that one's not spinning because it's not currently powered. But when they're powered, they're used to attract souls. So that's what I activate when I want a soul to go over here instead of to the well. And the final use is if they are not powered, they don't have to be powered, then souls can travel from the soul well to a soul relay and then into a machine or something. So they extend the possible range of souls traveling out of the soul well. If I'd placed the soul forge somehow too far away, I could use a soul relay to bridge that gap. And the expense of the soul relay is becoming a lot less, because I have spare control circuits, I have redstone, I have stone rings, I have all the blue crystal in the world, and more beside at the ready. And the gem mold is ready to go. So we just have all kinds of fun going on here and ready to take on the next time. Which, as a reminder, will not be tomorrow, as I take Tuesdays off. Wednesday, however. Wednesday we can be right back here. I'll have read up on the advanced generator mod, and we'll be able to build ourselves a better generator. And probably go mining for materials for that generator. So we've got our work cut out for us tomorrow. Wednesday. Also built this silly thing, contained our first chicken. He is now a soul bone manufacturer. These 3 golems are at the ready for something in the unknown future. Exciting times ahead. There are 2 soul types yet to be uncovered. One of them has already been named, the noble soul, which is created by building gods and dealing with that. Maybe we'll get to that Wednesday. Maybe that will be later still. We'll have to find out later on. All past VODs go to YouTube. You can follow me there, follow me here. And I have a channel Discord available just below the main panel. That's all for now. See you Wednesday.